Chapter 41-49. Ping 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 ping. The lady boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the lady boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the lady boss. After beating him for a while, the lady boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "As long as you're happy." How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the lady boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the lady boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The lady boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The lady boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Liang." Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Liang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety, so how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since he had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. Yu-He! Yang Kai called out softly. Yu-He moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss, and then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister?" The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yu-He. Yu-He's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yu-He even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sun Lock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the lady boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the lady boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the lady boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. "Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for?" Yang Kai still intended to console Yu-He when the lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at Yu-He before he hurriedly chased after her. Yu-He's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out the long sigh. "If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake." Yu-He was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive?" All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Qi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the 5 elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Qi had perished in the Sunlock ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yang Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So, she hadn't noticed Bai Qi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Qi in person. Bai Qi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now. If Bai Qi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let Yu-He off and would definitely kill Yu-He to avenge Bai Qi." It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill Yu-He this time. "You should thank Yang Kai." Bai Qi sighed lightly. Yu-He was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yang Kai. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Qi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yang Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yang Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the star boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yu He's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word, concerned, continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yu He hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious. The lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Yang Kai was speechless. Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken. The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. "Is it that Zhu Jiuyin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Jiuyin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yu He had captured him and was going to take him to Tsuwei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Lightsword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Zhu Jiuyin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yang Kai didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yuhi's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yuhi's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yang Kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yang Kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yang Kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yang Kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yang Kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi, "Yuhi, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop." But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yang Kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. In the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, Yuhi had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat Yuhi nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Qi's heart. Not taking Yuhi's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yuhi's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with Yuhi in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally, Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people: Qi Jin, Ling Chuanxiu, and Yuhi. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yuhi naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yuhi bowed and kowtowed and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Qi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, She actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, he was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter, but he was a 5th grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of he like a ghost, raised her hand, and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. He raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 4151. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened, and she sighed, "Why bother?" He bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. "I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself." Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and he suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, he might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yuhi in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yang Kai did not realize that Yuhi's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If he did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if he would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yuhi by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall, and placed her on a bed. Yang Kai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yuhi, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yang Kai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him, "Let's drink." Yang Kai laughed heartily. Naturally he did not refuse. Good. In the entire Trichiliacosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect, even Lao Feng couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Feng in the Qiqiao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the first inn, Yang Kai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yang Kai didn't have wine, but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Yang Kai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine, he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yuhi out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yang Kai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yang Kai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the land of immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yuhi, you're awake?" Yuhi nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Xianxia looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yuhi stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Xianxia raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yuhi. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yuhi was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Yuhi. In the first inn, Lao Bai himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Yuhi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Xianxia to ask the lady boss himself. Xianxia didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. "Great Master Wuliang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Xianxia. Come with me to see him," said the lady boss before leading the way. Xianxia hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wuliang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wuliang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this Formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wuliang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor, he pointed out, "Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the great formation here. Right now, there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinates. The choice is still up to him." Xianxia stepped out from the crowd and said politely, "Great Master, please give me some pointers." Great Master Wuliang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and said, "The first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours." Xianxia raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here?" Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, "Then what about the other 2 options?" Great Master Wuliang said, "The second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option." Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Qiqiao land, and Xianxia had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Qiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Qiqiao heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable. And now, this great Master Wuliang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this great Master Wuliang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, "Then, what about the third option?" Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, "The third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time, and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore, he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai. Boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui, so how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus, he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration." "Please speak, Great Master," Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 4152. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm or the hidden storehouse left behind in the 7 Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the Grand Array, and disappeared. The two were heading to the Star Market to buy materials for setting up the Grand Array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the Grand Array, so he still needed to go to the Star Market to buy them. There was also a Star Market in the 7 Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized Star Market. After all, the 7 Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a Star Market, and the size of the Star Market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the Star Market where the Blessed Land was located was a large Star Market, and the Star Market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small Star Market. Lu Shui and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a Star Market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large Star Market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wuliang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Qiankuan world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Chen Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Chen Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chen Tianfei brought back news of Lao Feng and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Deyu. Supreme Lord Deyu was only a 3rd stage Heaven Splitter. Facing Chen Tianfei, who was a 4th stage Heaven Splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wuliang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wuliang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wuliang you found is really amazing." The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wuliang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in Formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated Formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven? This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wuliang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wuliang named this great formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wuliang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this great formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 Heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original great formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 Heavens great formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the great formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 Heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the great formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the 9 Heavens great formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support, because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the 9 Heavens great formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the great formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the 9 Heavens great formation. What do you think? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, "What do you think, lady boss?" The lady boss chuckled. "This is your business, and you're asking me? I have no objections." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the Jade Scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the 9 Heavens great formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the 9 Heavens great formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the Jade Scroll and said with a shocked expression, "Young master, if you want to set up the 9 Heavens great formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the great formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the great formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The 9 Heavens great formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this 9 Heavens great formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this. Of the 9 Heavens great formation, The first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the 9 Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Xianxia was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The 9 Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array eye of the hallucination Great Formation, Xianxia already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array eye of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array eye. Xianxia had 2 of them, so he needed one more. Each of the 9 Heavens Great Formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wuliang, who created this 9 Heavens Great Formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 4153. Xianxia was also looking forward to the day when this 9 Heavens Grand Array was set up. But now, he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this Grand Array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure. And this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the Grand Array. He was going to bleed again. Xianxia thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the Grand Array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Xianxia, the lady boss, and Yuhi. Below, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guizian, and the others bowed to send them off. Xianxia was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a Grandmaster artifact refiner. Xianxia didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Xianxia couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yuhi along as well. Xianxia didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yuhi behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Jiuyin. Xianxia ordered her to watch over the house, so she could not do her best. Now that her strength had not fully recovered, she still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the Void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Xianxia could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories on this day, they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here?" Xianxia asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yuhi with a smile. Yuhi's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister? I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled, "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yuhi looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath?" Oath of the heart demon? When Xianxia heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously, in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yuhi had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the two sisters got along quite well, and there was not much estrangement. Xianxia thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Xianxia and Yuhi glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Xianxia took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the green light territory, and in this large territory, there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. That was Yuhi's Green Light Palace. This Green Light Palace only had one heaven-opening realm master, Yuhi, who opened the heaven-opening realm. The others were all below heaven-opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yuhi was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, the Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Xianxia was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large and its foundation was shallow. Yuhi had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The three stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." Yuhi pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Xianxia turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yuhi's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yuhi didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," Yuhi said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. This lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop! What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind Yuhi, the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the lady boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, Yuhi suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you, shut up," Yuhi scolded. Her words were very effective against these people. Once these words were spoken, even though they were still angry, they didn't say a word. They only glared fiercely at the lady boss, all of them looking like they wanted to eat her. The might of the 6th rank heaven opening exploded, and the Green Light Palace's protective array instantly shattered. Although the array's power was not bad, Yuhi didn't manage it well. After all, the Green Light Palace's foundation was too shallow. Otherwise, the protective array of a second-rate faction wouldn't have been broken so easily. With the array shattered, the Green Light Palace was completely exposed. With a boom, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located shook slightly. The lady boss pulled up her sleeves and stood there. "The Green Light Palace has been destroyed. Little here, take them to the void to live in the future. Anyway, Xianxia has a lot of people, so there's no need to worry about not being able to settle you. The lady boss turned around and looked at Yu He with a smile. Behind her, the spirit state where the green light palace was located exploded. Pieces of the spirit state scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge green light palace disappeared without a trace. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister. Yu He's beautiful eyes were slightly red, not because her green light palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was completely untied at this moment. Go! The lady boss waved her sleeves and activated her power to wrap around Xianxia, flying into the distance. Xianxia turned around and waved at Yu He. The strength of the 2,000 to 3,000 people was uneven, so it was definitely dangerous to travel through the void. However, Yu He was a 5th-grade heaven splitter and had opened up a mini-universe world in her body. She could take them all in, so there was no need to worry about this. Only now did Xianxia understand why the lady boss insisted on bringing Yu He. It turned out that this was her plan. In this life, if I don't destroy your headquarters, I will not advance to the 7th-grade heaven splitter. In Kai Yang's ears, the lady boss's blood-sobbing oath echoed. He couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He had always thought that this oath was very, very serious, but now it seemed that when the oath was made, the lady boss had already left some leeway. Just because he had flattened their headquarters, it did not mean that he had to kill everyone. He thought that Yu He had to die to be released from this oath, so he was on tenterhooks for several days. Now it seemed that even under the circumstances that day, the lady boss had no intention of killing Yu He. The loophole in this oath was probably prepared for today. If the Green Light Palace was destroyed, then the oath would no longer have anything to do with Yu He. Moreover, without the Green Light Palace, Yu He would have no home to return to and would definitely go to the void. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Even without today's matter, he had planned to persuade Yu He to move the Green Light Palace to the void, and Yu He probably wouldn't refuse. The lady boss just happened to be there at the right time and used the Great Heart Demon Oath to add fuel to the fire. What's so funny? The lady boss glanced at Xianxia leisurely. Xianxia said seriously, "The lady boss is a good person. Don't flatter me." The lady boss raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. Xianxia immediately covered his head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? A man's head and a woman's but can't be touched." The lady boss snorted coldly, "You still haven't explained your matter to me clearly. What's wrong with me hitting you?" As she said this, another kick came from under her skirt. Xianxia was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. He was extremely angry. "You woman! You hit me without saying anything. You're simply a crazy woman." The lady boss's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she lightly gritted her teeth. Xianxia suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. His eyes drifted, and just as he was about to use the law of space to escape, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape?" Step by step, she approached Xianxia. Xianxia quickly retreated and said seriously, "If you have something to say it properly. Don't use your hands and feet. Master, come again." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the lady boss's ankle. It was warm and soft like jade, but Kai Yang didn't have time to savor it. Instead, he saw the lady boss nimbly flip over and kick his chin with her other foot. With her skirt fluttering, Xianxia saw stars and was immediately sent flying. He was filled with grief and indignation. He had only been reunited with the lady boss for a short time, but he had already been beaten twice. He secretly swore to himself that one day when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he would definitely return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 4154. Are you angry? In the void, the two of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed, "I wouldn't dare." If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating? The lady boss chuckled. Xianxia said with a bitter expression, "Lady boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the lady boss's hand off his head. The lady boss held back her laughter. All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly. Of course, young Kai nodded repeatedly. The lady boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, "What grade of fire element energy are you cultivating?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before replying, "It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden." Ever since he had displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer a secret. This was because the conditions for activating the Divine Technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally, only those at the Heaven Opening Realm could comprehend it. In other words, the Divine Technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade Heaven Opening Realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade Heaven Opening Realm would definitely be able to comprehend the Divine Technique aspect. Some high-grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the Divine Technique aspect in the Emperor Realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the Golden Crow Casting Sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this Divine Technique aspect, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor Realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade Heaven Opening Realm. Just how big was the gap between the Heaven Opening Realm and the Emperor Realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A Heaven Opening expert, even the lowest first-stage Heaven Opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor Realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor Realm, he was unable to kill Heaven Opening cultivators. But with the Divine Technique Dharma Idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the Divine Technique Dharma Idol that day. After the great cosmological realm closed, this news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the lady boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden Crow Casting Sun. The lady boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the Golden Crow True Fire? Yes, it's the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. Yang Kai scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the Golden Crow Primordial Fire from the Emperor Realm? The lady boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the Golden Crow Primordial Fire was in my first inn. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The lady boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Yang Kai didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The lady boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade Heaven Opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade Heaven Opening cultivators had come. Yang Kai actually had the guts to absorb the Golden Crow Primordial Fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the lady boss said again, the Golden Crow Primordial Fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the Golden Crow Primordial Fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that? Lady boss, you're a genius. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The lady boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, high-grade wood elemental, fire elemental, what else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental? Metal elemental? Earth elemental and water elemental, Yang Kai replied honestly. Earth elemental and water elemental? The lady boss was puzzled. How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental? It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental. The lady boss was bewildered. Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power. Yang Kai couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao Seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, the lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, "They're both high grade." She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Tao seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai said seriously, "That's right." Speaking of this, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. "Lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade?" In the great cosmological realm, Yuhi had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Zhu Jiuyin to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Yang Kai forced Zhu Jiuyin to give up. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, it was a world of difference. Not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade, even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Yang Kai naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Zhu Jiuyin in the great cosmological realm? Yuhi's behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked Yuhi before. Yuhi didn't say much, only telling Yang Kai to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time, she sighed, "I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Tao seal is the foundation of bearing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Tao seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Tao seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this." Yang Kai nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Tao seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Tao seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Tao seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster? Yang Kai frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, "A cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, they can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Old Bai has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find the furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills, you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The second grade and the fifth grade are both barriers, because the limit of the second grade is the fourth grade, and the limit of the fifth grade is the seventh grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the second grade, and the middle grade will reach the fifth grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Old Bai has reached the fifth grade, and so has Yueha. The lady boss said, that's part of the reason, but another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit, and that sixth grade resources are difficult to find. Every sixth grade resource was a treasure. Although Yang Kai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many sixth grade heaven opening materials. At most, there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Xing had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. You want to reach the seventh grade directly, so where is your limit? The ninth grade. Yang Kai's face was cold and resolute. Yes, the ninth grade. The lady boss smiled slightly. Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster. The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yang Kai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing? This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhen and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the Blessed Enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the Blessed Enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then, Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then, the lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Dao Seal, but how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th-stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued. So if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high-grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands, Which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven-opening realm? Xianxia said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. Of 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Xianxia gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, "This should be the place." Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even the lady boss, a 6th grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Xianxia could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of the 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome. Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Xianxia was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Xianxia was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed, "I was wondering who it was." "It's you, little girl." "Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Xianxia to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Xianxia did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Xianxia could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space, there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge, dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Xianxia was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave." "Ruins of blessed lands?" Xianxia was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling, the survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. Let's go. The lady boss reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Yang Kai saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Yang Kai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-rank Kai Tian master. Yang Kai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. Junior greets Grandmaster. The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior, her seniority was also much lower. Yang Kai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little Lon, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Yang Kai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? That boy Ting Yu is also here, the troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Ting Yu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Ting Yu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Ting Yu. Yu had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday, combining all the previous things. Yang Kai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Ting Yu, and this Ting Yu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Yang Kai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, "I came to see you to refine treasures, of course." "I knew it. You are so troublesome." The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted, "Don't flatter this old man, I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Saying so, he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed. "Forget it, after sitting here for so long, it's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom. Little Lon, what kind of treasure are you refining?" The lady boss hurriedly said, "Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spirit array." Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. You want to make array treasures? The lady boss nodded. No problem, as long as you can gather the materials you need. This old man can't help you, but since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge? The lady boss smiled. Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure. Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl. The lady boss said, Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but... She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Xianxia from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while, he nodded lightly. Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse. Hearing this, Xianxia knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future. Hehehe, Master Troublemaker chuckled. I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes. Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Xianxia. The 3 of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious. Heaven and Earth Furnace, Master Troublemaker's name as well as the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The lady boss smiled. Of course this is not the real Heaven and Earth Furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini Heaven and Earth Furnace. The Heaven and Earth Furnace was created by Heaven and Earth and contains all kinds of things. What kind of treasure is this? Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real Heaven and Earth Furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace. But even so, this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace can still display a trace of the real Heaven and Earth Furnace's power. Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this Heaven and Earth Furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves? Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini Heaven and Earth Furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini Heaven and Earth Furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land. Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Xianxia and said proudly, "My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts. Take a look and see which one you want." Xianxia caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Xianxia's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Xianxia couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Xianxia's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Suzhen. Xianxia didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Xianxia looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment, it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, "Heavenly Luo umbrella and heaven punishing sword." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then it's these two." Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. "It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Please list the required resources, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while, he threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Yang Kai could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care, but as Yang Kai took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. "You also have this brilliant black platinum? And it's the size of a wash basin. Titi, demon sealing iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then." "Where did you find it?" "Emperor-grade paradise. This is a rare thing. This piece of Emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right?" Every time Yang Kai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yang Kai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yang Kai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yang Kai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There are still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted, "What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yang Kai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst, he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly, "That's more like it." At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yang Kai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yang Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away!" Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yang Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then, a scene that stunned Yang Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yang Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. The heaven and earth refining method. The lady boss murmured, "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Xianxia was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Xianxia and the others were. Xianxia turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. If such a powerful attack were to hit him, this star would probably collapse immediately. With a bang, the beam of light fell, and the stars shook violently, but they did not shatter as Xianxia had expected. This was because the beam of light had directly blasted into the small universe furnace. In an instant, the patterns on the surface of the small universe furnace lit up one after another, and a blazing flame ignited inside. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He now understood why Grandmaster Troublemaker's refining method was called the heaven and earth refining method. The foundation of his refining method was to attract the sun's fire and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Such an astonishing method was beyond his imagination. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Xianxia did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Xianxia unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk guang guang chun. Asterisk every time the hammer smashed down, the stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing in even more ferocious sunfire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge longsword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Xianxia could still feel a terrifying power from the longsword. He was shocked. If this longsword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy!" The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Xianxia. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood! Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Xianxia. Yang Kai looked at the giant sword that was several dozen meters long and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Yang Kai had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the heaven-punishing sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the heaven-punishing sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Yang Kai slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Yang Kai clenched his fist and placed it above the long sword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the long sword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the long sword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the long sword. Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race? This time, even the lady boss looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Mia Meng had warned Yang Kai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Mia Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yang Kai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yang Kai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. You are from the dragon race. Good. Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the longsword. That's enough. Master Troublemaker growled and threw the longsword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. Boy, you've hidden it well. The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. It's nothing to show off. Yang Kai smiled. I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point, he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. At this moment, the small universal furnace was shaking violently, as if some peerless monster was about to rush out of the furnace. Along with the shaking, streaks of sword chi slashed out of the furnace. However, the small universal furnace was very mysterious. The heaven-destroying sword was suppressed inside and could not escape. Finally, at a certain point, all the commotion stopped. It's done. Master Troublemaker laughed and turned to Yang Kai. Get ready. This treasure was refined with your blood as the catalyst. Only you can collect it. Don't let it escape. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and secretly urged his power, ready to go. In the next moment, as Master Troublemaker changed his spell, a golden light suddenly shot up from the small universal furnace. Yang Kai reacted quickly and reached out his hand to grab the golden light. With a buzzing sound, the void trembled. Yang Kai grasped a golden sword in his hand and it trembled violently. However, Before Yang Kai could feel the power of this heaven-punishing sword, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. His whole body was dragged along by the sword, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it. A voice came from afar. "Lady Boss, save me." Lady Boss stood where she was and watched with her arms crossed. She sneered. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying sword carried Yang Kai out of the stars and into the void. Yang Kai desperately tried to summon his power, but it was to no avail. He could feel that the heaven-destroying sword was closely related to him. However, this treasure had just been completed. Its aura was astonishing and its sharpness was unstoppable. Even though he was connected to it, he could not control it. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the prosperous land and was completely isolated from the outside world. He was not afraid of where it could run to. After a few days, the remaining energy in the heaven-punishing sword was gradually exhausted. Yang Kai stood in the void with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at the sword in his hand. Only now did he see the true face of the heaven-punishing sword. When the sword was forged, it was more than 100 feet long. However, when the sword was completed, it was no different from an ordinary sword. It could be seen that there was a secret hidden within the sword. The entire sword was golden in color, and it looked indescribably noble. Yang Kai picked up the sword and waved it a few times, gently drawing a white line across his arm. Immediately, a white mark was left on his arm. He was secretly speechless. This sword was really sharp. One had to know that he had a half-dragon body, so his defense was extremely strong. Even so, such a light cut had left a white mark. If he had used any more force, it was very likely he would have been injured. He wanted to test the power of the sword, but he could not activate it. He knew that the heaven-destroying sword was a formation treasure and activating it required an enormous amount of energy. However, he was only in the Emperor realm, so how could he activate it? Perhaps he could only use the 9 heavens formation to display the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. The forging of the heaven-destroying sword could be said to be extremely fast. It had only taken him 3 months. It had to be known that for such a powerful secret treasure to appear from nothing, it would take a normal weapon refinement grandmaster several years or even longer to refine. However, in the hands of the troublesome weapon refinement grandmaster, it did not take 100 days. It seemed that this was also the work of the heaven-earth tempering technique. In this vast universe, secret treasures were also divided into grades. For example, the grades of the heaven-opening realm ranged from grade 1 to grade 9. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the 9 heavens formation in the void. This 9 heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Yang Kai also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tian Luo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tian Luo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the 9 heavens formation complemented each other. With these 2 secret treasures, the 9 heavens formation of the Void Land finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment sword had cost the lady boss a chance and Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tian Luo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tian Luo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the 2 secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging 2 Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the Void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the 9 heavens array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Yang Kai had obtained 2 6th grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar, "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 heavens array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other array Dao grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by Yu He from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth Spiritual Land, Yu He reported to Yang Kai about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 heavens array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" Yu He was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Yang Kai had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 heavens array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 heavens array was really arranged completely, Yang Kai's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the heaven-destroying sword and heavenly Luo umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 heavens array. The 9 heavens array almost emptied Yang Kai's pockets. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Let's do it according to the original agreement." When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the lady boss had told him before, It made him even more determined to arrange the 9 heavens array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening heavens array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever great master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Yang Kai from the space ring of Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth, but all of it had been given to Yang Kai. There were also the tens of thousands of space rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the Great Expanse boundary for many years, so there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qi Xing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. He said, we've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them. Yang Kai nodded. That's good, there's no need to be afraid of paying. As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the lady boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, Lady boss, are you looking for me? The lady boss smiled. I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you. Leaving? Yang Kai's expression changed. Where are you going? The lady boss smiled. Back to the first inn, where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me. Yang Kai curled his lips. There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land, and you can do whatever you want. He really didn't want the lady boss to leave. Not to mention that the lady boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The lady boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Void Land. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please? Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn, the lady boss sneered. What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things. The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lan. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble lady boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all three of them had condensed fifth-grade strength. Lao Bai's progress was faster, and he was the first to reach fifth grade, splitting the heavens, while the cook and the bookkeeper were slightly slower, but they were still only 1 or 2 levels away. Yang Kai already knew about this before, so it wasn't troublesome to prepare. He still had some fifth-grade materials on hand, so giving away a few sets wasn't a big deal. You can be considered a rich man now, so I won't refuse you. When they break through to splitting the heavens, I'll have them come over to thank you themselves, the lady boss said as she put away the space ring. The lady boss was a decisive person, leaving as soon as she said she would. Yang Kai and Yu, he sent them all the way out of the void and watched them use their universe escape technique to disappear before turning around and returning. Looking at each other, they all felt a little empty. The void was still bustling with activity. Every day, large amounts of resources were poured into the great array. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui were almost unable to settle down, because there were many resources that they needed to go out to buy. Every time they returned to the void for a few days, they would have to go out again. In the current void, there weren't many masters who could stand on the stage. At the very most, there were only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei. Zhu Jiuyin couldn't be relied on now, as he was still recovering his source. As for Yu He, because she controlled the Great Array Jade Slit Ring and the financial power of the void, she had to stay in the void. It was a pity that Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, 2 fourth grades splitting the heavens, were actually reduced to running errands. Chapter 4159. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed Yu He to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Yu He and quietly told her about this matter. Yu He did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Yang Kai was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. Ah Fei and Lu Shui are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Yu He naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The two argued for a long time, but Yu He did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Yang Kai leaving alone, so Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. Yu He decided to let Lu Shui follow Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Yang Kai, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Guizian come along too," Yu He said. Yang Kai laughed. "He's a 2nd rank splitter, why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Shui was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Guizian's 2nd rank splitter seemed a little weak. Yu He snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Shui, you have to bring Guizian." Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Yuhi, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Yang Kai took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Yuhi. Yuhi received the fruit and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily, "This is the world fruit." In any case, she was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. This is a medium-rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you, Yang Kai instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium-rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th-stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A 4th-stage and 3rd-stage heaven splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a 6th-stage heaven splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. This is something you obtained from the land of ancients? Yui asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Yang Kai had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Yang Kai obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Yang Kai nodded. "Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it." Yui pushed the world fruit back. Yang Kai said, "If I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand." Why? Yuhi curled her lips. "Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many?" As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Yang Kai's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Yang Kai chuckled. "Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank heaven splitters." Yuhi asked curiously, "How can low rank world fruits be worthless?" Yang Kai said, "Low rank heaven splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the 3rd stage heaven splitters. How valuable is that?" Yuhi laughed. "Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low-rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the 3rd stage heaven splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium-rank world fruit in her hand and said, "Take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage heaven splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many heaven splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage." "You can calculate it like that?" Yang Kai was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank heaven splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, "I'll accept this fruit. Thank you, young master." She hadn't known that Yang Kai had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Yang Kai had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating heaven splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank heaven splitters. After arranging everything, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and Guizian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Lu Shui took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Lu Shui's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Yang Kai actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Yang Kai secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhang Ruoshi came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Yang Kai fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Qiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact while Lu Shui sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The 3 of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the 3 of them entered a large territory. Lu Shui's voice came, "Master, we've arrived." This large territory was the first destination of Yang Kai's trip. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, he came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Shui to continue searching in this large territory, Yang Kai kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Yang Kai sighed, "Let's go to the next place." The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Shui nodded and followed Yang Kai's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Shui panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guizian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Yang Kai looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the 3 of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flame foals. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the 3 of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the 3 of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the 3 of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Shui's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Yang Kai was filled with resentment. "Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate," Lu Shui said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's go." In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the 3 of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without it, the 3 of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Lu Shui's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Yang Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this universal palace, Yang Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Yang Kai led Guizian and Lu Shui out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Xianxia had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead's sensing range was also limited. Xianxia had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Xianxia had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life-or-death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing, and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivators had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliacosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Xianxia and Wuxia left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Xianxia led the two of them around. It was not the first time Xianxia had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Xianxia saw Su Yan, Xia Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, Yuru Meng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Jiao. In addition, there was also Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yun, and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Xianxia did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 Heaven Spirit Array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Xianxia was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Xianxia walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon, Xianxia took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yen and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yang Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yang Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yang Kai and nodded. "Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence. This king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours. There's no need to part with it," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Many thanks," the middle-aged man laughed. "Little brother is a forthright person. How should I address you? We've just met by chance. Why bother asking?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yang Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon, Yang Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yang Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guizian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. It was the man who had snatched the phoenix hairpin from him. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this sir waiting for me?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Indeed." "What is the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The man said, "This king feels very apologetic for snatching one of your jewelry, so I would like to set up a banquet to apologize to little brother. I wonder if little brother would accept?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "Sir is too serious. That phoenix hairpin was obtained by you first, so it's naturally yours. As for the banquet, there's no need. I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fists and led Lu Shui and Guizian away. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the middle-aged man didn't insist and simply watched him leave with a smile. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the inn and entered his room. Lu Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid that man doesn't have good intentions." Guizian nodded. "I feel the same way. This man's face is filled with malice. It's said that one's appearance is born from one's heart, so I'm afraid he's not a good person." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know that man?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him before. Chapter 4161. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guizian was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. "But master, that person is at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter," Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guizian's strength, it was impossible to contend with a fifth-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome. And this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a sixth-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Shui and Guizian. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Yang Kai's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression that Yang Kai had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Humph, you won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of Split the Heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of Split the Heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran 5th-order Heaven Splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from the sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. A trivial 3rd-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him, at this moment, under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a 5th-order and a 3rd-order Heaven Splitter. The 5th-order Heaven Splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, but this 3rd-order Heaven Splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The Black River whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A 3rd-order Heaven Splitter against a 5th-order Heaven Splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, Although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you!" This person was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Yang Kai sneered. "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Yang Kai had asked Lu Shui and Guizian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Yang Kai. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Fong Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Fong Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. This guy claimed to be from Black River boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds, so he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duan Hai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Fong Tai escape from the Seven Openings Earth and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were two lower-rank Heaven Splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Fong Tai in a Chenkuan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Su Huang, which led to the chaos in the Seven Openings Earth. Su Huang was a 5th-rank Heaven Splitter. When Yang Kai killed Fong Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sensed some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fong Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Fong Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fong Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fong Tai would be exposed. This Heavenly Monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the two heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these three people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the two people beside Xianxia. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Xianxia himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage, but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the 5th stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the 1st stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the 6th stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage Heavenly Splitter. But now, her limit was the 7th stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage Heavenly Splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Xianxia's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a 5th stage Heavenly Splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Xianxia. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Xianxia. Xianxia's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui. But as long as he captured Xianxia, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Xianxia in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella sword. This move was Lu Shui's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Xianxia's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Xianxia looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Xianxia. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Xianxia first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Lu Shui, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guizian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Xianxia, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River, who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Xianxia suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Xianxia did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage heavenly splitter? Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage heavenly splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm but was actually a 5th stage heavenly splitter? His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The two whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage heavenly splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Chi. With a loud sound, Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Shui's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Xianxia's unexpected actions, he could have captured Xianxia and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Shui's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Shui's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. After all, the fundamental difference between the Emperor realm and the Heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the Heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Xianxia and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Qianquan worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank Heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Qianquan worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Xianxia feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Xianxia and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between Heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Yang Kai naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded, "What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well." Guizian and Lu Shui also followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Yang Kai was suddenly commenting on this city. "Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive." Yang Kai suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guizian and Lu Shui both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Yang Kai for long, but they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1,000,000 people? This was 1,000,000 people, not 1,000,000 livestock. While Lu Shui was still hesitating, Guizian cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guizian spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guizian's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Lu Shui's heart leapt to her throat while Yang Kai sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guizian was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guizian groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of the city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm, "It's the Sea of Qi Master. The Seven Seas Master has come to save us. The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us." The Sea of Qi Master. Countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens, but Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below. So even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes, it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Guizian to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered, "Continue to hide? I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized, "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master. Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. The Sea of Qi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously? He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. "Please punish me, master." Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, "I should have pulled out your tendons and skin, and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life." The Sea of Qi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, "Master, please tell me what to do." Yang Kai said, "This king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice." Chapter 4164. The Thousand Thoughts world was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. In other words, the illusionary flower, Water Moon, was in this territory and was not far from it. It was just like how the San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were the lower realms of the Void Land. The Void Land controlled more than 10 Qianquan worlds. The San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were just two of them. The resources and human resources in these Qianquan worlds belonged to the Void Land. With the support of these Qianquan worlds, there would be an endless supply of talents. There were even some rare treasures in many lower realms of Qianquan worlds. Yang Kai knew about the illusionary flower, Water Moon. When he was fighting for the Golden Crow's corpse on the Sun Star, Yang Kai had met a fourth-stage heaven splitter from the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Yang Kai looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. "Do you know Yuan Xiaoman?" The old man was overjoyed. "Master, you know Senior Xiaoman?" Yang Kai snorted. "Of course I know her. Why wouldn't I know her? But even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey me, let alone you. Guizian, flatten that city for me." Stop. The old man was shocked. He brought up the illusionary flower, Water Moon, to make Yang Kai hesitate. Who knew that the person in front of him did not care about the upper sect at all? Even if he knew that this was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon, he was not afraid. Who did the Thousand Thoughts world offend? The old man was infuriated that he had to face such a calamity for no reason. Such a character was not someone the Sea of Qi could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Thousand Thoughts world could afford to offend. I'll take you there. Master, please have mercy." The old man looked dispirited as he made up his mind. Although he did not know who the Heaven Splitter was, if he did not follow this demon's will, the millions of people below would be in trouble. The old man could only make this choice. He secretly decided that after this matter was over, he would go to the illusionary flower, Water Moon, and look for the upper sects experts. "If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it?" Yang Kai snorted. "Lead the way." The old man sighed and led the way. Yang Kai called Guizian back and brought Guizian and Lu Shui behind him. Not long after, the group of people arrived above the sea. Looking down, there was a small island below. Arriving here, Qi Si's old man stopped and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes. Kai Yang understood and sneered, "Is this the place?" "It's a good place." The Realm Splitter. And Realm Splitter was stage Heaven Splitter. Stage Realm stage was 2. The Heaven stage World Realm World. Yang Kai waved his hand at the old man Qi Si. The old man Qi Si immediately escaped, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For him, guiding Yang Kai to the location of the Black River was already his limit. It was impossible for him to risk his life and get involved in a battle between heaven-opening realm masters. Looking down, Yang Kai asked, "Did you see anything?" Guizian and Lu Shui shook their heads, indicating that they did not see anything. Yang Kai knew that the old man Qi Si could not have deceived him. Since he pointed to this place, it was definitely correct. unless the Black River had the ability to deceive the old man Qi. The possibility of this was not high. As great emperors, they were recognized by the will of heaven and earth and could sense any movement in this world. The island was not big and there was no one there. Yang Kai did not pretend and waved his hand, "Find him." Guizian and Lu Shui immediately rushed out, using their own methods to bombard the island. The island quickly shattered, and a vague aura suddenly appeared. Lu Shui's eyes flashed, "Found him." She slashed downwards, and the roaring seawater was instantly sealed in ice. With a loud boom, a figure broke out of the ice under the sea. He was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. Who else could it be but the Black River? He had been injured by Lu Shui's heart's brow sword and was hit repeatedly while running. Even if he was a 5th-grade martial artist, he could not hold on. If not for that, he would not have escaped into this world to recover. But it didn't take long for his whereabouts to be exposed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Junior, don't be so ruthless. There is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to kill me?" Yang Kai chuckled, "You came to find trouble with me, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed?" Hey, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Yang Kai had a 5th-stage heaven splitter by his side, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he was certain that Yang Kai had killed one of his juniors, the dead couldn't come back to life. It was extremely irrational to rashly make an enemy out of a 5th-stage heaven splitter for a junior. For Black River to be able to cultivate all the way to the 5th-grade martial artist, he was naturally not someone who did not know what was good for him. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. If Lu Shui had revealed the aura of a 5th-grade martial artist, Black River might not have seen Yang Kai. However, it was too late to say anything now. After forcing him out, Lu Shui and Guizian pressed forward, combining their strength to fiercely attack Black River. Guizian was only a 3rd-grade martial artist, so it was too difficult for him to face a 5th-grade martial artist. However, Black River's condition was not good and he was only pinning him down from the side. Most of the pressure was shouldered by Lu Shui, so there wasn't much danger. The situation was deteriorating day by day. Black River's face was filled with despair. He faintly felt that he would die here today. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with regret and he roared with grief and indignation, "Just what do you want? Give me an answer. I admit defeat." Yang Kai sneered, not saying a word. It was as if he wanted to kill him no matter what. Black River's heart sank to the bottom. However, it was also because of Yang Kai's attitude that his determination to fight to the death was stimulated. Without caring about his own consumption, he attacked with all his might, risking his life to take Yang Kai's life. Guizian was forced to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guizian could still participate. But now, Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guizian could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side, using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. 2 5th-grade heaven splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Lu Shui had only just advanced to the 5th-grade heaven splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her heart's brow sword had heavily injured Black Sail before because Yang Kai had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the heart's brow sword secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guizian wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, he instantly arrived in front of Lu Shui and reached out to support her. Lu Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth. "Master, this humble one can still fight." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Uncle Pooh is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, what are you doing? I'll kill you." His two short hands kept scratching as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death, but Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth. "Eat." Lu Shui swallowed it directly, and in the next moment, her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect, and the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contained yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine, he could erupt with a 5th grade heaven opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shui's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, Master," Lu Shui said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Shui nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guizian's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After a while, Yang Kai and Wuxian also rushed into the sky. After the 3 of them all left, in the sky above the chaotic sea territory, one figure after another appeared. These people were led by the old man with the Qi Si, and there were a total of 9 of them, all of them great emperors of this realm. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the churning seawater, and the shattered laws, the great emperors had grim expressions, fear lingering in their hearts. This was truly a case of sitting at home and disaster descending from the heavens. However, this battle concerned the heaven-opening realm, so they were powerless to stop it. Fortunately, this battle ended quickly and did not have too great of an impact on this realm. "There's something here." One of the great emperors suddenly discovered something and reached out with his hand, pulling a spatial ring into his hand. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. Seeing this, the other great emperors hurriedly inquired about the situation. When they learned the truth, they were all wild with joy. This spatial ring actually contained several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills. To any the emperor realm, this was an enormous fortune. Lu Shui took out the pinwheel again, and the 4 of them entered it. Lu Shui drove it, and the remaining 3 healed their wounds. Black River's injuries were very serious, and it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. The main reason was that Lu Shui hadn't held back when fighting with him. The Heart's Brow sword had almost killed him on the spot. Now, even with Lu Shui's help to disperse the sword intent, it would be troublesome for him to recover. Yang Kai directly grabbed Pu Baixiong. This time, he didn't take the grapes on his head. Instead, he let him stay beside Black River and help him heal. Pu Baixiong was a healing panacea, and the grapes on his head were a healing panacea. However, even if he didn't take the grapes, his body would constantly emit surging vitality, which was very beneficial to his recovery. Seeing this, Black River sighed in amazement. Only now did he know that Yang Kai's previous evaluation of his things as trash wasn't groundless. Compared to such a panacea, his things could really be thrown into the trash. And after such a long time, he gradually adapted to his position and no longer felt remorse. This was especially so after interacting with Yang Kai for a long time and discovering that he was not harsh on himself, so he let go of his status as a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Haha. Yang Kai was delighted and laughed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." Hey, he rubbed his nose, speechless. He thought to himself, what's there to be happy about? Under Lu Shui's full power, the windmill moved at an incredible speed, and a day later, a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking around, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as if he was a wanderer returning home with a sense of anticipation and anxiety. This half-moon-shaped universe world was the star boundary. In another direction, there was another layer of perception that was faintly connected to him. That was the newly born demonic domain, where the Dharmakaya was now overseeing. Back then, Yang Kai had used the small sealed world to roll around and swallow all the continents in the demon territory, merging them into the small sealed world to form the third territory. After the War of the Two Worlds, the star boundary suffered heavy losses, and the attacking demon race army was almost completely wiped out. However, there were still countless demon race forces in the third territory. Yang Kai pulled out the main body of the small sealed world and turned it back into the sealed world bead, while the rest became the new demon territory. The embodiment had to stay there for some reasons, and the two demons Saint, Bei Liemo and Chong Tian, also lived there. However, now was not the time to go there. Yang Kai still had to return to the star boundary first. As they got closer, the outline of the star boundary became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly looked surprised and said, "Master, there seems to be something over there. There seems to be a big thing on the periphery of the universe world." He also noticed this and looked over with his full eyesight. He could not help but be surprised. This is a giant god spirit? As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That big thing was a giant god spirit. Although he was a fifth-stage heaven opening master and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen a living giant god spirit. Before this, he had only heard about it. This was a giant god spirit, standing at the top of the 3,000 worlds and the entire vast universe. Although he had long heard that the giant god spirit clan was peaceful and did not like to fight, and as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, he still felt a little creeped out when he suddenly found a giant god spirit in such a place. Lu Shui also felt her scalp tingle and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I am an old acquaintance of it." Chapter 4167. Although she was puzzled, Yu Meng did not forget her etiquette. She smiled and nodded at the three of them. "Thank you for your protection. This concubine thanks you on behalf of my husband." Lu Shui and the others hurriedly said they did not dare, but in their hearts, they were amazed. Although Yu Meng's cultivation was nothing in their eyes, her enchanting and charming face was hard to find in the world. They all sighed. Their master's luck with women was really good. After chatting with Yu Meng for a while, Yang Kai learned that the reason she appeared here was to feed Ada. Many of the great emperors of Star Boundary were in seclusion, so she was the only high-end fighting force left in Star Boundary. And Ada had been waiting outside Star Boundary, eyeing it covetously. Although Yang Kai had made an agreement with him before he left, this guy's brain was not very good. Who knew when he would swallow Star Boundary? In order to stabilize him, Yu Meng had to send him some food every once in a while. His food was refined by the great emperors of the secular world using the dead stars in the territory of the lower star boundary. It was similar to the one realm bead. Yang Kai nodded, pulled Yu Meng, and arrived in front of Ada in a flash. Compared with this behemoth, Yang Kai was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. When he used the dragon transformation secret technique and turned into a half-dragon, he was still able to get into Da's nostrils and grab his nose hair. One could imagine how huge the body of the giant god spirit clan was. Yang Kai waved his hand enthusiastically, making Lu Shui and the others not far away nervous. They were afraid that a breath from the giant god spirit would blow Yang Kai's soul away. Ida was chewing in his mouth, and a crunching sound came from his mouth. Hearing the sound, he stretched his neck forward and looked carefully, then suddenly grinned and said, "It's you, little ant. Ida recognizes you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems you are not too stupid. Ada recognizes you. Ada is hungry. Ada wants to eat." The giant god spirit leaned over. It was as if the entire universe was pressing down on him. Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he could be considered to have seen some wonderful things outside the universe. He had even seen a few high-grade split the heavens, but those high-grade split the heavens were not as powerful as this giant god spirit, as expected of the top species in the entire universe. Fortunately, there were very few people in this race, and their intelligence was not high. Otherwise, how could there be room for other species to survive in this world? The Tao of Heaven was to take away the excess but not the deficiency. As he spoke, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. It was deafening, and Lu Shui and the others' faces turned ashen. Yang Kai quickly nudged Yu Rumeng, who was beside him. The latter understood and threw some one-realm bead over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ada chewed happily. Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer, lest the giant god spirit ask him for food again. He said to Lu Shui and the others, "You all stay here." The world principles of the star boundary were broken and could not withstand too much power. Lu Shui and the others were all at the split the heavens, so if they really rashly entered the star boundary, it would not be good for the star boundary. To be safe, it was better to leave them outside. Lu Shui and the others nodded and watched as Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng rushed into the star boundary. After the two of them left, the three of them looked at each other and retreated without leaving a trace, only stopping when they had retreated far away. There was nothing they could do about it. The pressure the giant god spirit gave off was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. The star boundary was broken, the world principles were in chaos, and the void was full of cracks, leaving traces of the war decades ago. In the past few decades, the entire star boundary had walked further and further on the road to destruction, and even the great emperors were powerless to reverse the situation. The world principles were in chaos, and even the living conditions of the star boundary had become extremely bad. Natural disasters continued to occur everywhere, causing unimaginable losses to the star boundary every year, cutting bloody wounds on the already broken body of the star boundary. In the Eastern Territory, above the sea, a ship was fleeing for its life. Behind the ship, the waves were thousands of feet high, sweeping across the sky, and the whole sky was dark. Although the many cultivators on the ship tried their best to resist, it was difficult to resist the terrifying power of nature. Screams and cries of panic rang out, and hundreds of people on the ship showed despair. In the Southern Territory, the mountains trembled, and huge gullies appeared in the earth. From the gullies, hot magma spewed out, destroying villages, and countless people lost their homes. Many forces led by the Azure Sun Temple worked together to resist the disaster, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and they could only try to minimize casualties. In the Western Territory, a sandstorm swept over, swallowing everything in its path. At the edge of the desert, the new patriarch of the Lu family looked at the terrible sandstorm that covered the sky and the earth with an ashen face and murmured, "It's over, it's all over." During the Great War of the Two Realms, because the great Emperor Ying was born in the Western Territory, and because the passage between the two realms was built in the Western Territory, the Western Territory suffered the most losses. At this time, it had been almost 70 years since the Great War of the Two Realms. The Lu family was a family that rose to prominence after the Great War of the Two Realms. The patriarch of the Lu family was also quite capable and had led the Lu family upward over the years. However, in the face of this terrible sandstorm, any means were weak. He could only watch the sandstorm hit and secretly pray that his family's protective array could resist the power of nature. However, the patriarch of the Lu family also knew that such a terrible disaster could not be resisted by his family. After this, how many people could survive? In the northern territory, heavy snow was falling, and the climate was extremely cold. The ice on the lakes was up to 3 feet thick, and the cold wave hit and froze all life. However, compared with the other territory, the situation in the northern territory was the best because the High Heaven Palace was in the northern territory. Many disciples of the High Heaven Palace, who had achieved success in their cultivation, would go out to gain experience, and resisting this disaster was the best way to hone their skills. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Son will do his best and not disappoint father and mother. He turned around and held his little senior sister and Shui Yu's hands, tenderly saying, "You've worked hard as well." The two of them looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It wasn't hard at all. Tears fell from their eyes. They knew that this wasn't a good time to act like this, but they couldn't control themselves no matter what. Yu Meng immediately went over and comforted them. Yang Kai also met the 2 elders of the dragon race and Tian Yen. Tian Yen was one of the great emperors from the Divine Ascension Mirror and had made great contributions during the Great War between the 2 realms. Back then, he had concealed his identity and infiltrated the demon race, causing great losses to the demon race. After the Great War between the 2 realms, he remained in the High Heaven Palace. But because the star boundaries principles were shattered, he was unable to become one of the great emperors even though he had the foundation of the great emperors. Just as they were talking, the space array flickered and a group of 3 figures appeared. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun, Su Yen, and Ji Yao walking out of the hall one after another. When they saw each other, they naturally exchanged some pleasantries. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words when the space array flickered again. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out, "Adoptive father is back?" In the next instant, Yang Xiao rushed out of the hall. His eyes turned and fixed on Yang Kai. He immediately cheered and rushed over, running around Yang Kai and shouting, "Brat, you have no respect for your elders." Zhu Yen couldn't watch any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear, dragging him back. Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain. Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and said in a clear voice, "Big brother." Yang Kai laughed and patted her head, "I haven't seen you in so many years. Little sister is getting more and more beautiful." He loved this little sister very much, but he also owed her a lot. He had been running around outside all these years. Not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties in front of his parents, but he also failed to fulfill his responsibility as a big brother. It was even thanks to Yang Shui accompanying his parents that he was able to show off his skills outside. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yang Shui's delicate nose wrinkled. Big brother only knows how to talk nonsense. No wonder he can deceive so many sisters-in-law. Yang Kai laughed. The space array flashed again, and Martial Beast arrived with Mo Shaoqi and Fu Xian. Immediately after, the great emperors of the secular world, Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting appeared together. After a while, Yao Jun Hyoji and his son arrived. Since the War of the Two Worlds, there had never been a day when the High Heaven Palace's space array was activated so frequently. There had never been a day when so many masters gathered together. The wondrous Pill Great Emperors came with several of his disciples. The Flowering Shadow Great Emperors came with Li Shiqing. The Heaven's Secret Great Emperors came with Gao Zhan. The Ice Feather Great Emperors came alone. The Iron Blood Great Emperor came with Lin Yun. The 3 Saint Masters of the Ancient Wild Lands, Xianxia, Lu Yen, and Shanqing Luo, they all came. Before Yang Kai left, he had arranged countless space arrays in the entire star boundary, connecting the 4 territories together. Anyone could go anywhere in the star boundary without any restrictions. The reason for this was to make it convenient for the great forces to support each other and help each other. Because of this, it didn't take long for many masters to come to the High Heaven Palace. If not for this, the masters from the other territories would have to waste a lot of time to come. Yang Kai greeted the great emperors one by one. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, but he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries, so how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the two chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertain the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. When they walked out of the main hall, the two brothers were still in a daze. On the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, on the High Heaven Peak, in the bedroom, jade bodies were laid out on the bed, and the air was filled with an extremely strange aura. Yang Kai raised his hand and moved the Shanqing Luo, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, to the side. He slowly got up and turned his head to look, only to see that the women were still fast asleep. He couldn't help but laugh. After so many years of silence, these days of fierce outbursts, even though the women had cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm, they were still somewhat unable to withstand his violent whipping. One after another, they were defeated and tactfully begging for mercy. Shanqing Luo didn't believe him and insisted on competing with him, but in the end, she fainted. Before her, Su Yan, Xianing Chong, and Shui Yu were already ravaged and had fallen asleep. In the end, Yu Ru Meng's skill was superior and she perished together with him. In the end, he was the succubus demon saint, and his strength was extraordinary. However, in terms of recovery ability, Yu Ru Meng was not as good as him. At this moment, Yu Ru Meng was curled up on the edge of the bed, her tender body trembling from time to time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt that he could still fight for 300 rounds. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked out with disheveled hair. Outside the door, the chief steward, Hua Qingxi, was waiting respectfully. With a glance, she could vaguely see the boundless spring scenery in the room and couldn't help but blush. How's the situation in Ice Snow City? Yang Kai asked as he walked forward. I was just about to report this matter to the master. Xianxia followed closely behind. After the news was spread, the 4 territories were shaken. Countless cultivators came to Ice Snow City to register. In just half a month, nearly 30 million people have signed up. So many. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he already knew that the number of people wouldn't be small, this number was still a bit too much. How many people will master take this time? Xianxia asked respectfully, please give me a number, master, so that we can arrange the next selection. At most, 500,000. Yang Kai walked to the outer hall, smoothed his robes, and sat down. A maidservant served him tea and respectfully left. 500,000. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Choosing 500,000 out of 30 million was a huge project, and it had only been half a month. There would be more people signing up later. Her palace master had really given her a difficult problem. However, this wasn't the first time that Yang Kai had given her such a difficult problem. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally knew how to share the burden and solve the problem. Then the High Heaven Palace. Xianxia hesitated. Treat everyone equally. Chapter 4174. This child pays his respects to father and mother. Yang Kai lifted his robe and knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. Get up, quickly get up. Dong Suju hurriedly walked over and helped him up. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked up at him. She reached out and brushed the hair by his ear as she rebuked, You're all great emperors, don't be so courteous. Outsiders will laugh at you if they see you. So what if you're great emperors? Don't great emperors have parents? Fourth Master Yang snorted from the side. I gave birth to him and raised him, so what if he kneels? Suddenly he felt a murderous aura and saw Dong Suju glaring at him while gnashing her teeth. He hurriedly picked up his teacup and took a sip, swallowing the rest of his words back into his stomach. Dong Suju glared at him again with a warning look. She turned her head and pulled Yang Kai with a smile, letting him sit with her. She looked him up and down and couldn't get enough of him. Her face was brimming with pride and happiness. This was her own son. She never would have thought that the little guy in her arms who was crying piteously for food would actually grow to this point today. For Yang Kai to have such achievements today, she was proud of him. And now, she was also a mother relying on her son. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, in the entire star boundary, who would dare to look down on her? Even those fake emperors, when they came to the High Heaven Palace as guests, would greet them many times. She was content. As a mother, she didn't ask for her child to be rich and powerful or to be a person above others. She only asked for him to be safe and sound for a lifetime. Now that Yang Kai was in perfect condition, without missing an arm or a leg, she was content. She pulled Yang Kai and chatted with him. Most of the time, she was the one asking questions, and Yang Kai answered casually. She didn't ask about the situation outside because she knew that Yang Kai must have experienced countless dangers in the past 10 years. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she knew too much. Now that Yang Kai was already one of the great emperors, his words and actions were related to the survival of millions of creatures in the entire star boundary. She couldn't casually interfere with Yang Kai's actions like before. That would be irresponsible to the star boundary. Fourth Master Yang sat on the side. He seemed calm, but in fact his ears were like windmills. He listened very attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and asked, Father, are you injured? When he came in just now, he noticed that his father's aura was very stable most of the time, but there were occasional moments when it flowed more rapidly. Obviously, he had some sort of hidden injury. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had extraordinary eyesight, any other fake emperor wouldn't have noticed it. Fourth Master Yang was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, It's nothing, don't worry. Yang Kai frowned and asked, How long has it been? Before fourth Master Yang could speak, Dong Suzhu said, "It's been more than 30 years. More than 30 years. This happened after the Great War of the Two Realms, when he went into seclusion to refine the power of the wood element. After the Great War of the Two Realms, Yang Kai went into seclusion to refine the essence of the immortal tree. It took him a full 50 years before he left the star boundary. But when he left, he didn't inform anyone and left quietly. Let me take a look." Saying so, he got up and walked over to fourth Master Yang, reaching out his hand and placing it on his wrist. Fourth Master Yang opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and just let him do as he pleased. Chapter 4175. In the void, the flowing time temple floated, and on the steps of the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood solemnly. The two of them had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and had cultivated and lived together. After many years, they had long since become one and had a tacit understanding of each other, fighting and retreating together. Yang Kai wanted to test them, so the two of them naturally had to join forces to fight. Even though the two of them had grown tremendously over the years and were now second-order Emperor Realm Masters, if they worked together to stimulate the power of the flowing time temple, even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master would not be their opponent. However, facing Yang Kai was still like a mountain. Yang Kai just stood there, not giving off the slightest aura, but it was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. Even if they looked up, they could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. "Little auntie, we're going to go all out." Yang Zhao's palms were full of sweat, but his eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky. Yang Shui nodded and took a deep breath, her amber eyes flashing with electricity. Yang Kai stood 1,000 meters away with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed as he chuckled, "Don't say that I'm bullying you too. You can attack me however you want. I won't use the Star Boundaries world force and will only suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can meet me within 3 moves, you win." Yang Xiao was furious. "Adoptive father, you're looking down on me too much. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I'm much stronger than I was back then. It's useless to say more. Make your move." Yang Kai hooked his finger at him. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, and Yang Shui also said angrily, "In that case, please take our first move, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them formed hand seals together. There was no need for discussion at all, not even the slightest bit of eye contact. Their movements were so uniform that it was as if they were the same person, and there was no difference at all. Yang Kai nodded upon seeing this. After so many years of cultivating together, the two little ones were able to communicate with each other. Such a terrifying synchronization rate was something that even twins might not be able to achieve, but they were able to do it so easily. It was obvious that they had really cultivated diligently all these years. Yang Kai's hand seals changed and he laughed. "Flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle? I know this move too." Saying so, his hands also changed time's hand seals. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's famous consummate skill. Yang Kai had learned it a long time ago and had even scratched the surface of time principles. After that, he had used the mysterious small world to devour various continents in the demon territory and found an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was where the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fought a life or death battle with the Great Emperors. That ancient battlefield had many traces left behind by the battle between the two of them countless years ago. Yang Kai immersed himself in these traces and comprehended them. It was as if he had recreated the battle between the Flowing Time Great Emperor and Mo Sheng, completely comprehending the essence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. His Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was tantamount to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's teachings. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Flowing Time Great Emperor from the Flowing Time Temple. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, It could be said that the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor had taught them step by step. The principle of time fluctuated wildly as the two sides changed their hand seals and the power around them surged. Yang Kai's hand seals were one step behind, but he was the first to reach them. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle dream. A palm shot out. At the same time, on the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also shot out their palms. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor eroded each other, collided in mid-air, and dissipated. The time in the void seemed to have experienced thousands of years of flowing in an instant. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The principle of time displayed by the two little guys on the opposite sides suddenly froze by 30% and suppressed his flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The flowing time temple has such a magical effect? Yang Kai was surprised. The fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple had the magical effect of strengthening the power of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's divine technique. Yang Xiao laughed and said, "Little Ant and I have inherited our master's legacy, and this flowing time temple was our master's temporary residence. Using the divine technique of the principle of time in this temple has its own advantages. Adoptive father, are you surprised?" In a few words, Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was defeated. On the contrary, although the principle of time of the two little guys was weakened, it was still fiercely attacking. This was not the end. Yang Shui shouted, "The second move." As soon as she finished speaking, a small hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. In the hourglass, divine sand flowed and floated out. There were exactly 10,008 grains. This was the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand that the Great Emperors had spent endless effort to polish into. The flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand floated and wrapped into the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, adding to each other, making the power of the two divine technique extremely terrifying. Yang Kai retreated quickly. His expression was dignified. Spring sleepy, summer tired, autumn sleepy, hibernation. Yang Xiao suddenly waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force gushed out from his palm and wrapped in the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Adoptive father, you are sleepy. Take a good rest." The three moves combined into one, and the power increased again. Yang Kai's vision was filled with the 10,008 grains of divine sand. Before the attack arrived, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue, and even his eyelids became heavy. Divine soul attack? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Interesting. Shua shua shua. The others looked at him with piercing eyes, especially Yu Rumeng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Shanqing Luo even gritted her teeth and sneered. Yang Kai touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Have you all rested well?" Ji Yao's face was already red, and when she heard this sentence, her face became even redder, and smoke was about to come out of her head. Yu Rumeng said indifferently, "So what if you have rested well? So what if you haven't rested well?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly. Yu Rumeng stepped forward and pinched the flesh on his waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you laughing at? Now that things have come to this, you have to come up with a plan." Yang Kai's expression did not change, and he said suspiciously, "Plan? What plan?" Yu Rumeng was furious. She looked at Ji Yao, who had her head lowered, and said, "Don't you need to give her an explanation? Isn't this too much?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yu Rumeng was furious. "Is this considered an explanation? What about Bing Yun? How are you going to explain this?" Yang Kai blinked, thinking that there was no need to explain anything. But after thinking about it, he really had to talk to her. After all, Bing Yun was Ji Yao's honored master. It would be unjustifiable if he did not explain. If he really went to Ice Heart Valley to talk to Bing Yun about this, he thought that Bing Yun would be happy to see it happen. After all, she should have been aware of it and would not obstruct him. It was just that he was too embarrassed to show up. He looked at Yu Rumeng for help. Yu Rumeng coldly snorted, "Why didn't you think about it when you were acting like a beast? Now you feel guilty?" She glared at him hatefully. "Okay, I will go to Ice Heart Valley tomorrow and talk to Bing Yun." He turned his head and looked to the side. "Su Yen, you go with her." Su Yen nodded. "Okay." Ji Yao was Bing Yun's third disciple, and Su Yen was Bing Yun's youngest disciple. She was Ji Yao's senior sister, so it would be easy for her to talk to her. Kai Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 4176. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The square of Ice Snow City was packed with people. There were at least 600,000 cultivators gathered here. Although there were many of them, they were arranged in neat rows, forming huge square formations. No one was making a ruckus. The 600,000 cultivators stood there quietly like a well-trained army. However, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Zi Shao was a young man in one of the formations. Compared to when he first came to Ice Snow City 2 months ago, the young man's appearance had not changed much, but he had grown a lot. His cultivation in the Tao of Arrays had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Wu quietly sent a message. "No wonder people say that we can't cultivate behind closed doors. In the past 2 months, I've been competing with many fellow cultivators and my attainments in the Tao of Arrays have improved greatly. It seems that I'll have to communicate with others more often in the future." Zi Shao was also filled with emotion. Yes, in the origin returning realm, there are many people whose attainments in the Tao of Arrays are higher than ours. It's really amazing. Xiao Wu chuckled meaningfully, but we still got what we wanted. Now, we can follow the Void Master to the outer world. I wonder what it's like outside the outer world. In the past 2 months, Ice Snow City was in full swing. There were all kinds of competitions and tests. The 2 young men passed all the tests. Although there were times when they failed, they did indeed show great talent in the Tao of Arrays. Now, their cultivation was not high, and their knowledge in the Tao of Arrays was relatively shallow. However, their growth was obvious to all. The Southern Gate Army made the decision to let these 2 young men pass. After 3 months of screening, 500,000 people were selected from tens of millions of people. This was an extremely huge project. For this, the entire High Heaven Palace was put into operation. Not only the High Heaven Palace, but also the Northern Territory's Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and Meteon Pavilion invested an incalculable amount of manpower and material resources. Even the great sects in the Eastern Territory, Southern Territory, and Western Territory contributed. This was how Yang Kai was able to select the number of people required in such a short period of time. In the end, the final result was not 500,000, but 600,000. It did not matter if there were more people since the Void was in dire need of manpower anyway. These 600,000 people might not be the strongest in the astral boundary, but they were the current and future elites of the various territories and territories of the astral boundary. Their existence was bound to give the Void Zone an extremely vigorous development and a vast future. "Palace Master, everything is ready." On the other side of the square, Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, Hua Qingxi took out a compass and sent out a message. In the next moment, the Southern Gate Army on the square immediately summoned a disc array and poured their Emperor Qi into it. Rumbling sounds came from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Above the entire square, bright lines flickered, wrapping around the 600,000 people. Everyone had already been instructed to relax their minds and not put up any resistance. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level, it burst out with a bang. When the light dissipated, the 600,000 people gathered on the square disappeared, all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the sealed world bead back from the void. He then reached out to grab the Southern Gate Army and put them into the sealed world bead as well. At that time, the miniature universe world would be shattered and its principles would collapse, which wouldn't be good for him. At this point, Lu Shui said, "Master, what does that miniature universe world have to do with you?" Yang Kai had come straight to this miniature universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she could naturally see some clues. Yang Kai said, "That miniature universe world is mine." Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed. "Since that's the case, then we can't just sit back and watch. What we need to confirm the most now is how strong the master of the ship is." This was a bit difficult. Unless they took the initiative to expose their whereabouts to spy, no one knew how strong the master of the ship was. Guizian said, "Master, should we ask Black River to come over?" In the face of an unknown powerful enemy, 2 5th-rank heaven splitters were better than 1. "It's too late." Yang Kai shook his head. This battle had been going on for who knew how long, and the situation in the demon territory wasn't optimistic. If they called Black River over, it would take at least 10 days. "I'll go," Lu Shui volunteered. Yang Kai shook his head. "No, if that ship's master is a 6th-rank heaven splitter, you'll be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Judging from how this person acts, he should be evil and not easy to deal with." Lu Shui smiled. He's now wholeheartedly focused on that miniature universe world. Even if he's a 6th rank, he might not be willing to waste time on me. If he really wants to fight, even if I can't beat him, can I run? Master gave me the world fruit, saving me hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and also giving me the chance to see the splendor of a high-rank heaven splitter in my lifetime. Master, my kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Now that you're in trouble, I'll naturally do my best. Although they had injured many of them, they could not kill any of them. On the contrary, the enemy executed the tactic of taking turns very well. When someone was injured, they immediately retreated and their companions came to take over. Yang Kai had seen the lower Kai Tian realm escape while covered in blood. This was the situation. After all, the strength of the Dharmakaya and the others was too low. If the lower Kai Tian realm wanted to escape, they could not stop them. In the devil territory, there were 3 demon saint-level fighting forces. Therefore, the enemy always maintained 5 lower Kai Tian realm experts, showing a comprehensive suppression of them. Today, the Dharmakaya could still fight. After all, he had the body of the stone mongoose and did not know exhaustion. However, whether it was Chang Tian or Bei Liemo, their mental strength was greatly exhausted and they were already at the end of their rope. If Yang Kai did not come, the devil territory would be captured in less than a month at most. At that time, they would be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It only took a moment for Yang Kai to receive this information. After understanding the current situation of the demon domain, Yang Kai grinned. He put away the shadowless veil and revealed himself with Guizian. At the same time, he waved his hand and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Yu Rumeng. When Rumeng appeared, she was still a little confused. She did not know why Yang Kai released her so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was the devil territory. She was also a demon saint born in the devil territory. She was recognized by the will of heaven and earth and had a close connection with heaven and earth. As if she had noticed something wrong, Rumeng frowned. Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the devil territory. Rumeng's beautiful eyes were full of killing intent as she listened. Yang Kai comforted her a little and quietly communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while. He told Rumeng and Guizian the plan. Both of them nodded seriously. The next moment, an invisible force wrapped the 3 of them. When the law of space fluctuated, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Dharmakaya, Bei Liemo, and Chang Tian were separated by 5 lower-grade splitters. They were fighting desperately. The Dharmakaya was the current master of the devil territory. He had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor of Wukong. He was not a flesh and blood body, so he did not know pain or fatigue. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 3. At this moment, 2 lower-grade splitters were attacking him from left and right. The Dharmakaya roared and repeatedly urged the world force. It was difficult to tell who would win. Every time he fought with the two lower-grade splitters, he was fighting with his life, which made his two opponents frightened. On the other side, Bai Liemo was entangled by a thin woman and could not get away at all. The woman also had the cultivation of lower-grade splitters. Even if she was fighting alone, she had the advantage. After all, Bai Liemo had been fighting with the enemy for several months. She was almost exhausted. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her body was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a ghost. However, her opponent only entangled her, like a cat playing with a mouse, and consumed her strength. Compared to Bai Liemo's situation, Chang Tian's situation was extremely dangerous. Just like the embodiment, his opponents were two lower-grade sky splitters. These two lower-grade sky splitters didn't make a move, but once they made a move, it would be fatal. Chang Tian had already revealed his true form. He was a huge demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's eyes, which were bigger than a house, were bloodshot. Its sharp claws had been broken, and countless dragon scales had been knocked away. The pitch-black dragon blood was constantly dripping down. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, smashing huge craters on the ground. The three demon saint-level forces were separated. The enemy's intention was very obvious. It was nothing more than to divide and destroy them. First, kill Chang Tian. After killing him, the two lower-grade splitters would be able to support the other side of the battlefield. At that time, whether it was the Dharmakaya or Bai Liemo, it would be difficult to resist. Chang Tian also knew that he was the key to the victory of this battle, so he also risked his life and madly burned his essence blood. The world lost its color, and the mighty force of the world collided endlessly. The surroundings of the battlefield were full of void cracks. With the battlefield as the center, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered and withered. However, even if he did his best, he still could not see any hope of victory. Chang Tian's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was almost drying up. He did not have much lifespan left. Back then, before the demon territory was devoured, Xianxia was stranded on the 100-spirit continent. He had taken a fancy to him and wanted to cultivate Xianxia to be his successor. If his lifespan was not at its end, how could Chang Tian have such thoughts? He could persist until now because he was burning his life force. After this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not live for long. His mind was in a trance, and a flaw appeared in his defense. The two lower-grade splitters fighting with him had extremely sharp eyesight. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. One of them wiped his long sword with his finger, and man and sword became one. They turned into a stream of light and slashed directly at Chang Tian's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Dragon scales flew, dragon blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through his chest. Chang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and the flesh on his chest wriggled crazily, finally stopping the long sword before it pierced through his heart. The pain made him roar angrily. He raised his dragon claw and was about to claw at his chest. At this moment, the other lower-grade splitter shouted in a low voice. The long halberd in his hand danced, and he raised it high to block the huge dragon claw. The scene froze at this moment. Two people and one dragon wrestled fiercely. Chang Tian's dragon beard fluttered in the wind, and the dragon roared continuously. The fierce wind urged the world force of the demon territory. The two lower-grade splitters also knew that it was a critical moment, and they used their strength without reservation. The dragon claw that was blocked could not move, but the long sword locked in his flesh stabbed towards his heart inch by inch. Chapter 4179. A dragon's roar rang out as a bloody maw came down on him, its mouth filled with sharp fangs like the sharpest sword. Boundless darkness descended as Chang Tian bit down on this man's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk his head shattered as his headless corpse fell from the sky, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. In a flash, a third-grade heaven splitter had fallen. The change happened too suddenly, and before his companion could react, this man had already died. Although Chang Tian did not know who Guizian was, since Guizian had saved his life at the critical moment of life and death, he was a friend and not an enemy. After killing one of them cleanly, he did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He spat a mouthful of dragon's breath at the remaining lower-grade Kaipin. This dragon breath contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it were any other time, this person might not care much, but when the dragon breath was spat out, Guizian chopped down with his axe again. World force fluctuated. This person's face changed slightly as he raised the halberd in his hand and sent Chang Tian flying, urging his own world force to wrap around the halberd as he met the axe head-on. With a loud bang, heaven and earth surged as the four extremes collapsed. The two of them, who were both at the third stage heaven splitter, were actually evenly matched in this confrontation. Guizian's figure swayed slightly as a flush appeared on his face, while the third-grade heaven splitter borrowed the force to fly back, turning around in midair and quickly escaping. He was smart enough to know that he was not a match for Chang Tian and Guizian, and if he continued to fight, he would be doomed, so he decisively left to report to the ship. As for his other three companions, he couldn't care less about them. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a charming woman looking at him with a smile. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring divine light that seemed to transform into a huge vortex that pulled at his mind, wanting to pull him into the endless abyss. In an instant, illusions appeared in front of his eyes, and the sounds of killing rang in his ears. What a powerful illusion technique! This person's heart trembled. In his perception, this woman was only from the Emperor realm, but the illusory technique she used had already surpassed the level of an Emperor realm master. Even a third-stage heaven splitter like him had fallen for it. This was definitely a cultivator who specialized in cultivating the power of the soul. Break! The man opened his mouth and roared. His soul surged, and the illusion before him shattered. Yuru Meng let out a muffled groan. Her illusion was broken and she suffered a backlash. Her face suddenly turned pale and she staggered. Even her eyes were bleeding. With her strength, even with the support of the demon territory, it was still too difficult for her to deal with a third-stage heaven splitter. But it was enough. Although she didn't manage to kill the enemy, she did delay the enemy's escape. At this moment, in this place, this one breath of time was the difference between life and death. A huge dragon claw suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed him. The dragon claw tightened, and the person immediately showed a difficult expression. A series of crackling sounds came from his body. Turning his head, he saw that Chang Tian, who had been sent flying by him just now, had actually fought back while bathed in blood, firmly binding him. On the other side, Guizian held a large axe in his hand and slashed down like a meteor from the sky. Killing intent surged, making this person feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The halberd trembled and stabbed at Chang Tian's arm. The blow was so powerful that it almost broke Chang Tian's arm, but Chang Tian refused to let go. However, in these 2 years, the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat had been chasing Ancestor Mou non-stop. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. He was completely beaten to the point that he had no temper at all. Ancestor Mou had no choice but to keep fleeing. If not, he would not have come to this large territory. The large territory where the star boundary and the demon territory were located was already at the edge of the entire map of the universe. It could be said that it was lacking in resources and was deserted. If it were normal times, Ancestor Mou would not have come. This time, in order to escape, he could not care less. After drifting here, he did not expect to unexpectedly discover the demon territory. Ancestor Mou was immediately wild with joy because in his perception, the laws and world power of this world of universe had a high degree of compatibility with his own small world of universe. If he could devour the laws and world power of this world of universe, he would definitely be able to recover from his injuries. At that time, not to mention revenge, at least the hope of escaping would be greatly increased. Naturally, he did not put a world of universe in his eyes. He immediately ordered his subordinates to go and suppress it. However, the resistance of the embodiment and the others was beyond his expectations. After several months, they did not succeed. After that, Yang Kai and the others arrived. After listening to the explanation of the second stage Heaven Splitter, Yang Kai frowned. He really did not expect that there would be so many grievances involved in this. Master, I've said everything that needs to be said. Master, please spare my life. The second stage Heaven Splitter was also a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. After speaking, he kept begging for mercy, his face full of fear. From time to time, Guizian and the others would display a divine technique, making old ancestor Mou tired of parrying. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, old ancestor Mou's aura was extremely weak, and Lu Shui was also gasping for breath. Although she had the upper hand, a 5th grade Heaven Splitter was not so easy to kill. I surrender, please spare my life, little friend. This old man swears by the Tao seal that in the future, I will only follow little friend's lead. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. Old ancestor Mou shouted, his face full of defeat. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. Although swearing by the Tao seal showed old ancestor Mou's sincerity and he indeed had the intention to surrender, what use did Yang Kai have for him? If old ancestor Mou had not provoked the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat, Yang Kai could have recruited him. He had the loyalty record in his hand, and the 9 pages of the loyalty record could control 9 people. Now, there were only Chen Tianfei and He He, so adding another name was not a big deal. What's more, a 5th grade Heaven Splitter was indeed worth recruiting. However, this guy was a thorn in the side of the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Recruiting him would only bring trouble to himself. The Void Land had just been built, and the 9 Heavens Great Array had not yet been perfected. It was the time for development. For a 5th grade Heaven Splitter with bad moral conduct, adding 2 2nd grade forces as enemies for no reason was too much of a loss. However, since old ancestor Mou said this, it meant that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grasped the black dragon spear. Holding the spear, he pointed it forward and said coldly, "Kill." Unexpectedly, Shangguan Long said, "It's not that I don't trust you, little brother Yang, but everything that happened before was just your side of the story. That MOU sect elder is crafty and cunning like a fox. Little brother Yang, please wait a moment for the truth of the matter. After I understand it a little, I will come to a conclusion." Yang Kai blinked, not daring to believe his ears. "Madam, are you suspecting that I am in cahoots with MOU sect?" Shangguan Long shook her head slowly. "I don't mean that." While she was speaking, the dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat actually spread out without leaving a trace, surrounding Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. He had only wanted to obtain some benefits from this flying boat, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even give him the slightest benefit. Not only that, they even treated their savior in such a manner. What kind of people were they? But thinking about it from another perspective, if he were in Shangguan Long's position, he would probably not trust others easily either. Thinking of this, although Yang Kai's expression was ugly, he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. "Then how does Madam want to find out? I won't hide it from Madam. Not a single person from the Ink Feather sect is left alive. Right now, only the few of us know about it. If you want to ask anything, feel free to ask. We will definitely not lie to you. However, whether Madam believes us or not is up to you." He was not in the mood to ask for any benefits. It was more important to settle this matter quickly and return to the void to set up the array. Shangguan Long smiled. "There's no need to trouble you all. I have my own plans." Yang Kai frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the lotus thoughtfully. A moment later, two figures flew out of the lotus. One of them was the 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator who had left earlier, and the other was a pure and beautiful young girl. Yang Kai was surprised to see this and stared at the young girl in a daze. Who else could this young girl be but Shangguan Yu, who had been frozen in ice before? She had managed to escape from the ice so quickly. Although she had escaped, it seemed that because she had been frozen for a long time, Yuan Qi had been injured. At this moment, her face was as pale as paper, adding a touch of pitifulness. After being brought back by the 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and standing beside Shangguan Long, the mother and daughter had a surge of divine thoughts, obviously communicating something. Yang Kai was puzzled. He had checked Shangguan Yu's situation before. Her whole body was frozen, and only a very weak vitality was maintained. Even if she was on the battlefield at that time, what could she have sensed? But looking at Shangguan Long's posture, it was obvious that she wanted to get information from Shangguan Yu. What he didn't know was that although Shangguan Yu was completely frozen, there was only a weak vitality supporting him. He couldn't sense much, but he could still vaguely sense and receive some information from the outside world. Especially the battle in the demon territory, which was earth-shattering, it was hard not to sense it. After a simple inquiry, Shangguan Long learned that there was indeed a great battle not long ago. One after another, the heaven-opening realm cultivators fell one after another. Shangguan Yu even heard the scream of ancestor Mou before he died. There was no more doubt now. These people in the void were indeed Shangguan Yu's saviors. As for the remaining members of Mou sect, they were probably doomed. Shangguan Long turned around and smiled. "Little brother Yang, please forgive me. You has already explained everything to me. I was overthinking." Yang Kai waved his hand and said dispiritedly, "It's about your children. It's normal for you to be careful." It turned out that they were father and daughter. So, in this flying flower boat, the woman was the one in charge? After all, Tong Yuchuan's cultivation was lower than Shangguan Long's. He probably had no right to speak on the flying flower boat. So it's guardian Tong. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "It's normal that you haven't heard of the Void Land. It's just been established. A newly established second-class force. Everyone was in an uproar. In this 3,000 worlds, the establishment of any force needed a long time to accumulate power. It was not done overnight. However, Seeing that there was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator beside Yang Kai as a guard, he was qualified. Shengguan long hesitated. Then the owner of the Void Land, "That's me," Yang Kai said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. A person from the Emperor realm was actually the leader of a second-class force. It was probably one of a kind in this 3,000 worlds. They were more and more certain that Yang Kai had a backer. Otherwise, how could he make a heaven-opening realm cultivator listen to him? However, if he had such a background, why was he not related to the Blessed Enclave? It was really puzzling. Shengguan Long retracted the strange look in her eyes and said softly, "In this 3,000 worlds, the foundation of any force depends on the heaven-opening realm. The more heaven-opening realm cultivators there are, the stronger the foundation, and vice versa." Yang Kai sighed. "Madam is right, I am also worried about this matter. My void lands only have 5 heaven-opening realm masters at the very most. Our strength is truly lacking. Yu He, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guizian, and He He, who was newly added to the loyalty register, were indeed only 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators. This was the foundation of the void land." Everyone on the flying flower boat looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Even a 3rd-class force would have more than 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, right? This number was really too little. What they did not know was that although the Void Land only had 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, each one was stronger than the last. Not to mention that Yu He had most likely advanced to the 6th-grade heaven-opening realm, Chen Tianfei was also at the 4th grade, and He He was at the 5th grade. It could be said that other than Guizian, who was at the low-grade heaven-opening realm, the remaining 4 were all at the mid-grade heaven-opening realm. This ratio was impossible for any second-class force to have. Seeing his vexed look, Shengguan Long smiled. "Take it slow. Any force develops step by step. You can't eat a mouthful of fat. Since little brother Yang has already established the Void Land, then in the future, as long as you use the Void Land as a foundation and gradually nurture your own heaven-opening realm cultivators, I believe that one day, the name of the Void Land will spread throughout the vast universe." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Then I'll be counting on Madam's auspicious words." Half a month later, after passing through a territory gate, Lu Shui's voice came, "Master, we've reached the void territory." Yang Kai's closed eyes slowly opened and he nodded lightly, "Got it." After a while, the lotus secret treasure of the flower boat also passed through the territory gate and stepped into the void territory. In the lotus, Shengguan Long stared gloomily at the windmill 3,000 miles ahead and gritted her teeth secretly. Suddenly, someone came in and reported, Boatman, those people in the Voidlands aren't heading towards any of the area entrances. Instead, they're heading towards a certain direction in this area. They're not going to the territory gate? Shangguanlong raised her eyebrows and her expression changed. Check which large territory this is. If they were not heading towards the territory gate, it meant that they should be arriving soon. In other words, the void should be in this large territory. That person immediately took out the map of the universe and checked. Boat owner, this is Kikikyo territory. Kikikyo territory. Shangguanlong thought for a while and said, if I remember correctly, there should be a Kikikyo land here. Tong Yuchuan, who had been silent all this while, said, that's right, Qiqiao land is in this territory. The owner of Qiqiao land, Qiqiao Heaven Lord, is a grade 5 sky splitter. However, Qiqiao land has always had a bad reputation and is despised by others. Qiqiao Heaven Lord is also a vengeful person. Shangguanlong frowned and said, I've heard of Qiqiao Heaven Lord. He's not an easy person to deal with. Since this territory is Qiqiao land's territory, why would that guy dare to create a void here? Isn't he afraid that he'll be eaten alive? Basically, there would only be one second-class force in every large territory. After all, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? If there were really two second-class forces in the same large territory, they would definitely be incompatible. Boat owner. The person who spoke earlier spoke again and stammered, their route seems to be towards Qiqiao land. Shangguanlong turned her head and looked, did you see it clearly? That person quickly said, boat owner, please take a look. As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the map of the world. Shangguanlong took it suspiciously and checked it carefully. She found that it was indeed as he said, Yang Kai and the rest were really heading towards Qiqiao land. Why are they going to Qiqiao land? Shangguanlong was puzzled. Tong Yuchuan hesitated and said, could it be that they have something to do with Qiqiao land? Shangguanlong slowly shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. If that was the case, then things would be a little difficult. After all, the strength of the Qiqiao land was not bad, not much worse than the flying flower boat. If Yang Kai and the others really had a close relationship with the Qiqiao land, then this matter would be troublesome. Moreover, Shangguanlong had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart. As time passed, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. 3 days later, a spiritual state suddenly appeared in front of them. Compared to the map of the world, it was Qiqiao land. Looking from afar, one could see that spiritual state was faintly emitting a myriad of lights. The endless power of the stars in the vast universe was channeled into spiritual state by an inexplicable force, causing spiritual state to look majestic and magnificent. Such a scene was much more powerful than the main altar of the flying flower boat. Shangguanlong said suspiciously, Qiqiao land actually has such a foundation. The group of heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat were also dumbfounded and looked envious. It was also their first time coming to Qiqiao land. However, Qiqiao land was not the only second-grade force. After all, his starting point was lower, so it was easier for him to advance. However, Lu Shue's advancement puzzled him. Before this, he and Lu Shue had both split open the heavens at the 4th rank. Their cultivation bases were on par, and neither of them was inferior to the other. Now, Lu Shue had leaped above him in an instant. Chen Tianfei was truly unable to accept this. Moreover, Lu Shue had reached the heaven-opening realm a few decades later than him. In other words, he should be the one to advance first. It should not be Lu Shue's turn. Moreover, it did not make sense that both of them would advance after going on a trip with the master. What kind of indescribable opportunity had they encountered? For a moment, Chen Tianfei was both envious and jealous. He rubbed his fat hands and walked to Yang Kai's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Master, next time you go out, bring me along." Chapter 4195. In the void, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Although he had not been away for a long time, only about a year at most, the void had undergone earth-shaking changes. From the outside, one could not see any clues, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to detect the hidden barriers of the void. Under the control of Great Master Wuliang, the Nine Heavens array was becoming more and more complete, and it was gradually showing its power. The entire array consumed Yang Kai's endless resources. Almost 70 to 80% of the various natural treasures he had brought out of the great cosmological realm had been invested in this array. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this array would be once it was unleashed. Such a large array might not be able to suppress the luck of those blessed grotto heavens, but it was definitely something that no second-class force had ever possessed. Although those second-class forces had been passed down for tens of thousands of years or even longer, they had a lot of disciples and needed a lot of resources to cultivate. How could they spare the energy to set up such a large array? If not for this, the Nine Heavens array would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Great Master Wuliang had set up arrays for many forces and had also preached the various wonders of this array in front of the leaders of many forces. Could those leaders not see the power of the Nine Heavens array? On the contrary, they had seen through it long ago, but they did not have the courage to set it up. This was because many of their disciples were crying piteously for food. Once most of their resources were poured into the array, what would happen to their disciples' cultivation resources? Therefore, even though Great Master Wuliang had promoted and persuaded in many ways, there was no place where he could fulfill his ambitions so far. Only a nouveau riche like Yang Kai, who had suddenly obtained a large amount of resources and inexplicably obtained the spiritual state, could let Great Master Wuliang go all out. The void had definitely created a precedent. The Nine Heavens array was far beyond the level of a second-class force, and it was not inferior to the protective arrays of those blessed grotto heavens. When Yang Kai left the void, the Nine Heavens array was already more than half completed. When he returned this time, the array was almost finished, and only some key array cores were not set up. According to Great Master Wuliang's estimation, the Nine Heavens array would be completely completed in 2 months at most. At that time, it would be time for the array to truly operate. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai let out a long breath before looking back. The 600,000 people he had brought from the star boundary were now pouring out of the mysterious small world's entrance. Although there were many of them, they were all moving in an orderly manner. Anyone would be surprised to suddenly arrive in a new world. Even the great emperors were looking around. Mo Huang asked, "Kid, is this the void land you were talking about?" Yang Kai nodded. "This place is indeed the void." Duan Hongchen sensed it carefully and said, "It is indeed somewhat different from the astral plane. If I cultivate here, it is indeed possible to reach a higher level." The cultivation of the great emperors in the star boundary had already reached the limit of what the universal world could give them, and no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to raise it in the slightest. But here, the faintly discernible shackles had suddenly disappeared, making them feel as if the world had opened up to them. Even their state of mind had become broader. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he chuckled and said, "Yu He, these are my wives." Yu He curtsied and said, "This servant greets the young madams." Yu Ru Meng and the others had strange expressions. This was the first time they had heard the title of young madam, so they were not used to it. However, Yu Ru Meng was not an ordinary person. As the succubus demon saint, she was once one of the strongest masters in the demon territory. Even in front of Yu He, a 6th-grade heaven splitter, She did not show the slightest restraint. Of course, the most important thing was that she had killed the so-called Heaven Splitter in the demon territory before. Pulling Yuhi's little hand, she smiled and said, "Such a beautiful girl, how could this dead bastard have the heart to make you his maidservant? Did he bully you? Tell me and I will help you take care of him." Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai as if to show him off. Yang Kai's eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, cold sweat dripping down his spine. Yuhi shook her head and said softly, "No, I volunteered to follow the young master and serve him." "Is that so?" Yu Ru Meng smiled sweetly. "If he bullies you, you must tell me. This scoundrel is very good at dealing with women. Look at us, we were all fooled by him. Now that we have boarded a pirate ship, we can't even think about getting off." Yuhi said, "The young master is a bit strict, but he is a very good person." Yu Ru Meng suddenly said, "Little sister's hands are really smooth and tender." Yuhi seemed a little shy. "Young madam's skin is also very good." "I was too busy talking and forgot to introduce you," Yu Ru Meng said as she pulled Yuhi to introduce Su Yen and the others to her. Yuhi greeted them one by one. Seeing Su Yen and the others, some were enchanting, some were cold as ice, some were sweet and charming, some were innocent and naive, some were heroic and valiant, all with different temperaments, Yuhi was secretly speechless. It was the first time she realized that her young master was actually such a sentimental person, so she couldn't help turning her head to look at him. She saw Yang Kai standing there with a dignified face, whispering something to the great emperors. Listening carefully, Yang Kai said, "This is your first time here. Do you want me to show you around? It is also good for you to familiarize yourself with the environment." Zhan Wu Hen waved his hand. "No need, you do your own thing. We will walk around by ourselves." Saying so, he took a step and flashed out. Mo Huang said, "I will also take a look." He took large strides and walked in another direction. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Duan Hongchen. The great emperors of the secular world chased after Zhan Wu Hen and shouted, "Old Ghost Zhan, wait for me." Shua shua shua, one by one, the great emperors scattered. Before Huaring left, he glared at Yang Kai and gloated, "Serves you right." At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in front of Yang Kai and said excitedly, "Adoptive father, are we in the Void Land?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and grabbed Yang Xiao. He nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao, this is the Void Land. You will cultivate here in the future. Let me tell you, the Void Land has the Yin-Yang 5 elements and the 7 lands. It corresponds to the 7 powers of the Yin-Yang 5 elements. It is very strange. Do you want me to take you around?" Yang Xiao waved his hand and said, "No need, you do what you need to do. I will go with little auntie and big auntie." Saying so, he broke free from Yang Kai's hand and called for Yang Shui and Lu Yen. They turned into light and disappeared. Xianxia chased after them and said, "Young master, wait for me." Yang Kai was about to vomit blood. There were 7 small calabashes on the calabash vines, which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Usually, they were hidden in the calabashes and their power was not obvious, but they could erupt at critical moments. Since they could erupt, they could be collected. After returning this time, Yang Kai immediately planted the calabash vines in the void land. Whenever those small calabashes accumulated enough energy, he let He pick them out. Once collected, it could supply a cultivator with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements needed for cultivation, and it was level 5 power. It could be imagined that in the future, there would be countless cultivator in the void land who would benefit from the existence of the calabash vines. If the disciples needed level 5 resources, they could be completely self-sufficient. Under the circumstances that the void land was still unable to refine the heaven-opening pill, the calabash vines had become the foundation of the void land and could alleviate the financial crisis to a certain extent. The price was that Yang Kai had to give up a trump card. In the long run, this was undoubtedly worth it. But young master, those small calabashes are beginning to be unhappy and have been clamoring to move or something. He mentioned the calabash vines helplessly. Don't worry about them. Let Chen Tianfei watch over them carefully. If there are any mistakes, hold him accountable. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and sighed. But we still have to solve the problem of the heaven-opening pill formula. The void land now had a large number of alchemy materials and many alchemists, but they did not have a heaven-opening pill formula, so the situation was quite awkward. Originally, 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch definitely had a pill formula, but after 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch was killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan, his space ring was taken away by Yu Xiushan. Even if there was a pill formula, it fell into Yu Xiushan's hands. He said, there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the 3,000 great worlds, and each one is slightly different, but very few of them are circulated. Young master, perhaps you can go to Star City and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.